Sorry, I was gonna let the whole intro thing play, but then I remembered that, it's muted, so never mind. Welcome back to Tales of Arise, to what I think will be the finale. So, like I said at the end of
This
last...
place is rather gloomy.
Why don't you lighten the mood for us while we're here then?
I'll see what I can do.
Well, like I said, at the end of last stream, that I was gonna look into it and see about whether or not we go onward to Lenegis or do other stuff. And so essentially these quests to like explore the temple and do all this other shit is supposed to be post game, actually. So so basically there's not a whole lot left to do.
We should be able to cook here.
But there is a couple things I want to do.
I think the animals back at the ranch should be all grown up by now.
I know. We want to yeah. Let's see. Everyone has better armor. Everyone has the best weapon they can have. Actually, let me look up. There's a couple side quests I was thinking about doing before we leave, but let me see. Okay, so that one we can do.
I always love the sound
Good for you.
of hammers bang.
Okay. No. Eastside tornadoes. Let me check. What the hell is the rarest book? Heavenly Gaze, okay. Master of Nature. So we can do that. That's too tough. Okay, I'm just gonna look up what the most set of ingredients things are. Okay. Of course. Okay. So, we're gonna do Gourmet Saga, Eternal Revelry, Master of Nature Bibliophile, Seaside Tornado.
The way.
Gonna go ahead and complete those. And basically, we'll get a bunch of titles. And increase levels. And I'm just gonna hold off on using my current SP and just spend it all at once. Oh, right, forge weapon. Yeah, light part 2. I don't think we actually have. I thought it was called Heavenly Gaze. I guess I don't have it unlocked. Fuck, there's another quest? Let's head to the inn.
Always good to be back in familiar territory.
This. That's the white stuff. I was supposed to somehow figure out that this one shop had it. I mean, it's whatever, I guess. Now,
You
let's...
see anybody around here who could use our help?
We can't chase.
Hey, Alfred, nice to see you.
Wow!
Those, you come out here from Calaglia to help out with things? I sure did. I heard what happened. Sounds like these people had it even worse than we did. Can believe it. They might be physically free, but a lot of them still have a long way to go mentally. So it seems. I used to have some knowledge about treating mental health issues, so I'm going to try to help them think independently while I'm here.
Thank you.
That'd be great, but how do you plan to help them? Simple. By sitting them down and talking with them one-on-one, asking questions, seeing how they respond, counseling them. That makes sense. Wish we had the time and ability to do that kind of stuff ourselves, but we don't. Not feeling like you should have to shoulder everything, Alfred, and you'll burn yourself out. You know what? Maybe you and I could sit down together for a session. What do you say?
What?
What? You think I need counseling that badly? No need to get so offensive. I just want to gauge how you're doing mentally right now. Oh, alright, well... Okay.
Yeah.
Great, I want you to answer a series of questions for me, okay? First question. Don't think too deeply, just go with your gut. What's your favorite type of astral energy? Honestly, I kinda like Earth the best. You were rich, how would you spend your wealth? Do what I do with all my money, buy the most important thing in my life. My friends. There's a wall standing in your way, what do you do? Break it down. That's all the questions for me. Now as for your results, you're really the brazen hero. You care deeply about your friends and have strong convictions. You try to overcome any obstacle you meet, but it might do you good to look around and be more flexible in how you think from time to time.
Wow.
You know, I never really thought of myself like that, but maybe you're right. That's what I'm here for. If you ever want another session, come and talk to me again. I did.
I wish I could get an examination.
Well, if you say so. Let me see, yes, you're in well, alright?
If only your brain could keep up with your mouth.
Yes.
Well, it's about time. This should be everything the recipe asked for. Yes, this rice, rapid meat, and what's this other white, soft and fluffy thing? Yeah, it's called tofu. Apparently you make it by taking the liquids from soybeans and solidifying it.
Very nice.
Oh, fascinating. I can't wait to see how it tastes. I know, I'm really curious. I had a lot of trouble bringing this stuff back without Shion stealing it and eating it.
Yes.
Well, here's the recipe. Go ahead. Fix this Mabo curry so we can find out why it's forbidden.
Right.
Right, we'll get right on it. Hold on. I'll decide how much spice we put in it. If we let you decide, it'll tear a hole in our stomachs. Fine.
Great.
Alright, it's done. Make sure to give Shion extra large serving. Oh, look at the beautiful dish. It smells just as divine too. Now to see how it tastes.
What?
Wow, this is exalting, fulfilling, liberating, absolutely exquisite. I'm in heaven. This masterpiece is surely the key to realizing world peace.
Great.
Basically, you like it. Great, then let's go ahead and... Oh, you're already eating, huh, Shion? Delicious. I love how the different spices complement each other. And this soft, mild tofu gives it a nice texture. Don't you think it tastes great, too, Alvin?
No way.
Oh no, this is bad.
Oh?
Bad? I thought you liked spicy food. This is really bad. Give me Shion. This is absolutely... Stop, you're embarrassing yourself.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Embarrassing indeed.
Amazing.
Sorry, but it's hard to put into words just how good it tastes. Makes me want to get up and jump for joy. Oh, now you're starting to understand what I've been trying to teach you. Wish I never would have imagined such an overwhelming dish could ever exist. I already feel myself getting addicted to it.
Yes.
Now I see this may very well be why it was branded a forbidden recipe in the ages past. Perhaps even great wars were fought over it. Or perhaps not. Likely not, the more I think about it.
Hey.
Better make sure you don't eat too much of this stuff, Shion, or you might regret it. I'll be fine. Besides, I prefer to eat it with bread, so...
What?
What difference does that make?
Very nice.
I'm completely and utterly satisfied. Leave this realm with no regrets. Having now visited each of the realms, I'm not sure where to travel next. I sense fate shall bring us together one day. Until that time. But this motherfucker's on one, I guess.
Alvin! Shion's stuffing bread with Mabo curry! Now I can eat this every day.
Jeez, Sheila, you're hooked on that stuff.
Okay. Let's see. Master of Nature. We should be able to do.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Okay, let's rest. Just so we can eat.
I've got a good amount of info on our enemies written down now.
That's wonderful, Rinwell. I'm sure that data shall prove most useful.
I like to think so. If there's anything you want to know, just ask.
Yes, cook. Honestly, maybe just this. I don't know what the what T or S or whatever M means. Holy mark makes you harder to check. Oh. So S is better than T. So is T like tiny?
Hey, that actually came out pretty alright, don't you think?
Kisara, I guess.
Kisara, let's talk for a bit. Thinking some more about how to realize your ideals?
No. Actually, I've been trying not to obsess about it as much as before. I find when I think too much about my ideals, I get hung up on the reality of things and lose sight of what's really important. I know what it's like to go hungry, to lose your family. That should be reason enough to fight for a better society, so nobody else has to. Sorry about that.
Even thinking about things will make you hungry after a while. You wait here. I'll go whip something up for you.
Thanks for the food.
What's so funny?
Nothing. Just impressed at how good of a cook you've become.
Well, we've been on this journey for a while now, so I've had more than a few opportunities to hone my skills.
Yeah, and now I have a good meal in me. There's a simple kind of happiness that comes with that, you know? One that's more powerful and convincing than complicated logic can be.
That reminds me of something Law said, about how talking too much doesn't put food in people's stomachs.
That sounds like Law. But it's true nonetheless. When you get down to it, all you really need is enough food to keep you full and to be surrounded by people you love. Everything else comes second.
Speaking of people you love, I haven't heard you talk about Miguel much lately.
Wow, okay. Way to make me feel like the worst sister ever. But you're right, I haven't. If I'm honest, I think it's because I finally found other people I love just as much. Whatever kind of society we end up having after this, it needs to be a place where I know you all can be happy. That's my starting point for now.
Oh.
Don't worry. Once I finish folding these clothes, I'll go to sleep. Let's stay safe today.
Guess I misread the landing.
Okay, no fall damage. I've just confirmed. I didn't think there was, but there was always a small part of me that was like, maybe I just haven't been falling far enough.
Is the blazing sword okay?
A little water's not going to hurt it.
That's not your run-of-the-mill enemy. Gotta break through! Internal devastation!
Look sharp!
Severing wind!
Reload! It's a duel of the arm! Hurricane
Soaring lightning!
Fuck.
Aim for the weak point!
I shouldn't have waited that long.
The enemy wields art too.
We'll soon see about that. It's weakened. Sleep now. Let's get you all tucked away. Lightning condemned.
Jesus, look at that damage.
Going in.
I never miss.
My head's spinning, just watch.
Now, while it's reeling,
Take it down.
try this. Infernal torrent. It's over. Swallow blade. Here I come. No escape. You're finished.
Not in your dreams.
Take this.
Nice.
Eternal devastation.
Here goes.
I'm not done. Take this. Swallow blade. Crush. Swallow blade. I'm not done. Megasonic thrust.
Damn it.
Swallow blade. Burn. Swallow blade. Eternal devastation. Swallow blade.
Outstanding form.
Try
What would I
this.
do without you?
Be careful not to overdo
Get
it.
fucked.
I'll do better.
No escape. Eternal devastation. Swallow blade.
Not in your dreams.
Glacial
Spear.
Swallow blade. Eternal devastation. I'm not done.
Lightning orb. Lightning condemned. I never miss. Thunderblade. Illuminate the dark.
Time to let it rip. Swallow blade. Flush. Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Will this help?
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Healing circle.
Flush. Eternal devastation.
We've almost got this.
Almost isn't quite there yet.
I like your attitude. I'm right with you, Captain.
Here you are.
Guardian Field!
Swallow blade.
Not on my watch. There you go. Don't let up.
Eternal devastation.
Guardian Field!
All right. Lightning orb.
Flush.
One
Swallow
more.
blade.
Go. Crush. Holy land.
Woo.
Flush. Now, while it's reeling, this one's all mine. Ha! You picked the wrong fight.
Raging cascade.
Oh, that's not good.
They've got us cornered. They're not finished being pounded. You're right. We can still turn this around.
Oh my god.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malachor!
I'm gonna need more of that. Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Did it!
Yeah! Nice technique.
Nailed it.
Good to know my training is paying off.
Okay, so that was, yeah. Right there. Right, it was for a kid or something, right?
Always good to be back in familiar territory.
You get rid of everything.
Yeah.
We sure did. Now there's nothing for you to be afraid of. Really? It didn't hurt, you did it? Nope, because I'm a big, strong grown-up. Dang, sweetie, you're so kind. I love... There was a bit of a jump there, but okay. Oh, this kid's not hiding his feelings for you. Now try not to wander out of town on your own from now on, okay? Okay, see you later, boom boom lady.
Seriously?
So he still thinks I'm loud and booming. I guess I'm okay with it. Go get him, Barky boy.
Hey!
What are you talking about? I already did. Nice. Maximum AG, Divine Saber. More anti-dragon, increased down's good. Restored AG from critical hits is good too. Okay. So that quest is done. Like I said, we're not gonna do all of them, but there are a couple I want to do before we leave.
We've reached our destination.
Okay, off we go.
It's huge. I bet it'd be a good way to test my strength.
Don't get carried
I forgot to heal.
away, Law.
That was almost bad. I mean, with how the last fight went, we probably could have still come out, but I probably would have had to use some items, so probably better to just go back.
I think it's safe to rest here now.
And see, I still got
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
I don't need to cook.
I wonder what we'll find out there this time.
Most likely Zoogles, I would reckon.
I mean, other than them.
Alright, now for realsies, we're gonna kill him.
That Zoogle's in our way.
I'm ready to fight it anytime you are.
Okay, so its core is on its wing.
My specialty.
Hell yeah. Oh, did she learn a new move? Ow.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Elfin.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you.
There!
Here's a healing situation.
Swallow blade! Eternal devastation!
Ow. Whoa.
You are in tip-top shape.
As soon as I'm done here, come help out. Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down.
Whoa.
Vacuum blade! No escape! I'm not...
Ow.
Be still! Soaring light spear! Tear!
Now.
Totally! In an instant! Impact block! I'm not done! Swallow blade! Be still! Soaring light spear!
Damn.
You're mine! Try harder! My turn! You're mine! It's over! Soaring light spear!
Oh yeah, I definitely didn't need to heal.
Swallow blade! Crush! Swallow blade! Coming up! We got him on the run! Right. Still anyone's fight. Eternal devastation! Look sharp!
Ow.
Eternal devastation! Soaring light spear! Tear! I'll burn it all!
Oh yeah, it's fucked.
Flaming pillar! Fire!
Nice.
I feel the power flowing through me.
You'll be able to help even more people now.
Yeah, I guess I will.
Maybe I should, gonna say maybe I should, while I'm at the arena, do a couple. Because I'm leveled for it.
Rest here now.
Are those twisters finally gone?
Yeah.
Yep, yeah, all gone now. Those tornadoes were no match for me.
How?
Well, I'll be. Just what sort of magic did you use on those things?
Huh?
Or actually, it was a team effort with Shion here, right? Yeah, I do the pew pew. So, what were you doing while she fired, young lady? Well, I was cheering her on, giving her orders, and, giving her food.
Hey.
Not a dog run well. The point is, there are no more Zulos for you to worry about. Anyway, see you later. You're leaving already. You're a little twister yourself, young lady, full of energy and gone in a flash. Oh. I didn't know that was a thing. Speed up AG recovery, boost strike damage, cyclone. Increase weak point damage. Alright, fuck. I always mix those two up. So it's just, I can't do that. So yeah, unless I want to go looking for owls, I guess the training grounds is all I can do.
We've reached our destination. Okay!
Now come fight and show up what you're made of. This time we fight, Kisara, you and me, one-on-one. You ready?
Here we go!
I'll kill you. Come at me.
I'll do my best! Plenty left! Flaming meteor! 20 left! Sadistic descent! Lightning strike! Look sharp! On guard! On guard! 20 left! Take this! Time to shine! Glacial fire! Take this! No chance! Surprise! Going in! That's it! Lightning strike! Guardian field! I'm ready to go!
Yeah, get fucked.
On guard! Look sharp! 20 left! On guard! No chance! Got you! This one's mine! That's it! Glacial fire! Now you've gone and ticked me off! Look sharp! Piercing roar! Lunar arc! This one's mine! Lightning strike! Flaming me! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare
Bang.
Demolisher! Going in! Piercing roar! Glacial fire! Going
Ow.
in! One more! Sadistic descent! Going in! No chance! Surprise! On guard! Lunar arc! This one's mine! No chance! You're open! This one's mine!
Yeah.
Take this! On guard! No chance! Surprise!
Fucked. Looks like I'm the victor, Miguel. I didn't think you'd have so many tricks up your sleeve. Well, I do. I picked them up from our cold endurance and capture the flag contest, no less. Yeah. But even your defeats were helping you become stronger. Well, when it comes to Miguel, nobody knows more about him than me. Don't be absurd. Did you know my brother had a mole on his left ear?
What the?
What? I had no idea. That's truly amazing. Curse. You bested me, Kisara. Meow. Oh, you came to comfort me, Sarah. Bless you. Hey, Sarah. Good to see you again. Come here so I can pet you. Meow. Zara, what's wrong? Me, Kisara. I'm back home. Come here. Looks like I win when it comes to who Zara likes more. Oh, I don't believe it. At least I was able to hold on to Miguel's bracelet. That's good enough for me.
Excuse me!
What are you talking about? I just won. Now hand it over. No, you didn't. I just beat you in our duel. Yeah, but this was another duel with Zara as judge, and I won, so give it to me now. Never. Plus, if you're counting that, that means we're tied at 50-50 now. Then I guess we'll have to move straight on to our next contest.
Yes!
Bring in how many moles my brother... Hey, that's unfair.
Seriously?
Oh, are these still gonna keep it up? Miguelpedia.
I never knew Lagiel could be so intense.
She can get that way where my brother is concerned.
She's not the only one.
True. Ooh. That's a spicy meatball. Let's see. Yeah, recommended level 40. I know I already finished Kisara's. Alphen's always hard because his require that you do a lot of damage to yourself, which you can't heal. Okay, real quick, let me check what arts I have. So, Shion, First Aid, Burning Strike, Gravitas Field, Celestia, Tornado. Take Explosion. Here, wait, what if I'll make that explosion and this freeze lantern. Okay. And what was another one that I could probably do? change that to Freeze Lantern. And change this to Holy Lands. Whatever, that's probably good. I don't have a lot of experience fighting as anyone other than Alphen, so let's just fucking do it.
Get lost. I never miss. Into the shadows. I'm ready. Huh. By the power of flame, vanish without a trace.
Oh, this takes forever.
Explosion. Into the shadows. Here I go. How's this? I'm only getting started. Here, let me help. First aid. I never miss. Pathetic. One more. I'm only getting started. Take it. Got you. Into the shadows. I'm only getting started. Glacial Spear. Pierce evil. Freeze Lancer. Pathetic. And again. Lightning. You're mine. Glacial Spear. Pierce evil. Freeze Lancer. And again.
Ow, fuck.
Here I go. How's this? By the power of... If it's in the sky, it's mine. Explosion. It's time to finish this. Die. Consuming wildfire. Take it.
Get absolutely blasted. Oh, fuck. They're all still alive.
Where are you going? This is it. You're open. I'm ready. Gravitas field. Here's a healing art. First aid.
Oof. That was almost bad.
Where are you going? Take it. You're open. One more. I'm only getting now. And again. Glaciers. By the power of
Oh, fuck. Why'd I do...
without a trace.
Why'd I do that one? That's not a good one to do.
Explosion.
Especially when it was like one hit away.
Now. Here's a healing art. First aid. Radiant light. Lightning. You're mine. Let the marksman handle this. Into the shadows. There. How's this? I'm only getting started. Radiant light. Lightning. Take it. And again. That'll bring you down. Gravitas field. By the power of flame, vanish without a trace.
Come on.
Explosion. Into the shadows. If it's in the sky, it's mine. Freeze Lancer. There. How's this? It's over. That'll bring you down. Sighted. How's this? Lightning. Sighted. And again. Radiant light.
Hang on, I missed.
Think again. Here I go. Got you. You're mine. Who wants now? One more. Glaciers. Zephyr Trident. Radiant light. Miasma. Got you. Zephyr Trident. Go.
Oh, that was it? Mystic Crest. Are you fucking with me? Look at the 0.671 seconds over the time limit. Oh my god. That is infuriating.
Hi, Hoodle.
Uh,
Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy glimmer, holy land! Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy glimmer, holy land! Purge malevolence! Arctic waterfall! Freeze lancer! Don't mind if I do. Lightning orb! Whoa, hey, one at a time! Freeze lancer! Here goes! One more! One last one! Lightning orb! Illuminate the dark! Art expert coming through! Holy land! Sweet dreams! Close one! Right back at ya! Hit! Lightning orb! Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy glimmer, holy land! Close one! Gotcha! Hit! Light astral energy! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Purge malevolence! Arctic waterfall! Freeze lancer! Here goes! Lightning orb! Lightning! Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy glimmer, holy land! They're attacking from behind! Raging storm! Ice prison! Puddle! Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy glimmer, holy land! Raging storm! Here goes! Celestial hammer! Razor cyclone! Tempest swirl! Not on my watch! Lightning orb! Whoa, hey, one at a time! Raging storm! Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy glimmer, holy land!
okay, this is not good.
Raging storm! Razor cyclone! Here goes! Razor cyclone! Close one! Gotcha! Tempest whirl! Light astral energy! Not so smug now. Lightning orb! Failure's not an option.
Oh, why?
One more. Photon blast! Raging storm! Photon blast! Light astral energy! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Lightning orb! Don't mind if I do. Light astral energy!
Oh, fuck.
Blah 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 magic! Freeze lancer! I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So definitely not good with Rinwell. Got it, got it. Ooh, this gets armored, so maybe.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out. I can carve through armor. Dragon, watch this. I'll tear you apart. Bet that shell's hiding something tasty. First strike. I'll run you through. I'm on a roll now. Talon Storm. Dragon Shout. First strike. Talon Storm. It's go time. I'll tear you apart. That's enough. Armor won't save you. I'll tear you apart. Talon Storm. Blow away. I'll tear you apart. Watch it. Whirlwind snap. Crumble. I'm on a roll now. First strike. Come and get it. It's go time. I'm on it. You're done. Now you see what I can do.
Yeah, get fuck both of you.
I'll tear you apart. Talon Hurricane. Anything in armor is all mine. You see what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that. Whirlwind snap. Big blast. Whirlwind snap. I'll crush you. Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw.
Bang.
You're wide open! First strike! I'll end you! Dust to dust! I'll tear you apart! Bang blast! First strike! I'll run you through! Now you see what I can do! Whirlwind snap! Tectonic punch! Talon hurricane! Dragon shout! Tank bolero! Rip and tear! Lost my focus!
Ow.
Whirlwind snap! Dragon shout!
Fuck.
I'll tear you apart! It's go time! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Now you see what I can do! Crumble! Dust. Watch this! Dragon shout! Tank bolero! I'll tear you apart! I'll tear you apart! Take this! I can carve through armor! Whirlwind snap! I'll tear you apart! Blow away! Whirlwind snap!
I almost got one of them out.
Dragon shout! Tank bolero! Talon storm! First strike! I'll tear you apart! Blow away! Talon hurricane! Tank bolero! Glimmer dragon! Eagle assault!
Nice. Diamond vest. 2 seconds. Oh. Dime. I'll just play as you just because I never.
Discourteous, aren't you? Begin! Does it hurt? In a bind? Tempest! Beckon, simian pests. I shall seal you where you stand. Catapult! Tempest! No arts of being interrupted. Beckon into everlasting darkness. Beckons into everlasting darkness. Negative gate. Another incantation ruined. Begin. Does it hurt? Does it hurt? Begin. Take this. Take this. Benediction light. Heal. It's time. No further. Tempest! Seismic rupture! Now it's my turn! In your face! I'll face you! In your face! Ha! Catapult! You're mine! You're mine! I'll grind you into dust! The Tempest engulfs you! Crescent flash! Tempest! Don't get carried away. In your face! Can you take it? You're mine! The earth throbs in pain.
He certainly makes you feel like you're a lot cooler than what you're actually doing damage-wise.
You're mine! Not so fast! Tempest! Stay calm. I shall provide assistance. Ha! You're mine! Now it's my turn. I'll face you. You're mine. Take this. I see you. Can you take it? You're mine. Benediction light. Heal. Tempest. Tempest. Ha! You're mine! Don't get carried away! I'll fix you. Throbs in pain. In a bind? Tempest! Dance on the wind! Rotating pile driver! Eagle ray!
Whoa.
Eagle ray! Tempest! I'll face you. Now it's my turn! Ha! Take this! Does it hurt? I see you! You missed! Can you take it? Does it hurt? I am not beyond fury! It appears the end is nigh. Benediction light. Heal! Do you require a hand?
Ah, fuck.
No further!
I was in the middle of the...
Benediction light.
Oh, that was not what I wanted to cast, but okay.
Benediction light. Heal! Rage. Tempest! Behold! The earth pulse! Tectonic vision! I'll face
Okay, yep, I didn't kill the other one.
everlasting darkness. Negative gate! Beckon into everlasting darkness. Negative gate! Now we're not... In a bind? Catapult! Beckon into everlasting... Adversity is said to be the best motivation. Benediction light. Heal!
Well,
Catapult!
I'm certainly not going to get time.
Beckon into everlasting darkness. Benediction light. Heal! Tempest! Benediction light. Heal. Benediction light.
No,
Heal. Benediction light.
No, fuck! Just use your burst thing. I didn't want to heal 3 times.
Beckoned into everlasting darkness. Negative gate. What? Do you require a hand? Can't get out of this. Benediction light. Heal. Catapult.
Okay, well, I've now learned that his burst thing is positional based. And not whoever you... Fuck! Whoever you're targeted.
Benediction light. I must remember my limits. How anticlimactic.
I...
I'll face you. Does it hurt? Negative gate. Tempest. Catapult.
I wish they didn't have so many fucking things tied to the same buttons.
Everlasting darkness. Negative gate. What? Benediction light. Take this. In a bind. Catapult. I'll grind you into dust. Tempest. Nothing will miss. Begin. Does it hurt? Take this. The tempest engulfs you.
There we go, I just had to get a groove back.
Begin. Take this. What?
Maybe not.
Ha! Take this. Tempest. Beckoned into everlasting darkness. Negative gate. Catapult. Benediction light. What?
Fucking
Benediction light.
wrong.
Heal. Catapult. Do you require aid? Behold. The earth pulse. Tectonic. Think again.
Oh, cool.
Can't get out of
My
bed.
favorite enemy.
Tempest. Negative gate. Catapult. The tempest engulfs you. I'll grind you into dust. Tempest. Ha! Take this. Tempest. Seismic rupture. Seismic rupture. Can you take it? Does it hurt? Take this. The tempest engulfs you. Eagle rage. Rotating pile driver. Soaring blast. Can you take it? In a bind? Tempest! Can you take it? You're mine! Take this! What? Benediction light. Heal! Catapult! The tempest engulfs you! Seismic rupture! I'll grind you into dust! Soaring blast! Eagle rage! Benediction light.
That was the wrong one.
I'll grind you into dust! Crescent flash! Begin! Dance on the wind! Now or never! In a bind? Tempest! Seismic rupture! Tempest! Crescent flash! Tempest! Ha! Seismic rupture! Dance on the wind! Tempest! Benediction light.
Well, at least it's proving not easy to die to this thing. It's just I don't do that much damage.
Now or never. Take this. In a bind. Begin. You're not.
I'm sure if I was playing Tohun correctly, it would be a lot easier.
Crescent flash. I'll blind you with a shot.
Come at me.
Tempt it. Catapult. Can you take it? Tempt it. Can you take it? Take this. Ha! You're mine. Take this.
Just,
Bind.
damn it. I thought I was closer than I was.
Tempt it. The tempest engulfs you. Seismic rupture.
Okay, trying to get this stupid fucking perfect dodge is not working.
Tempt it. Dance on the wind. Tempt it.
Because he keeps fucking missing.
Tempt it. Crescent flash. Tempt it. Crescent flash. Crescent flash. Tempt it. You require a hand. In a bind. Tempt it. Benediction light. Heal. Catapult. Now it's my turn. You missed. Ha. Tempt it. Dance on the wind. I'll grind you into dust. Behold, the earth pulse.
There's some damage.
Vision. Ha. I'll face you. Tempt it. Crescent flash.
Fuck.
Benediction light. Catapult. Tempt it. Benediction light. I can't take much more. Now it's my turn. Ha! You're mine. That you require a hand. Heal. Can't get out of this. Tempt it. Tempt it. Catapult. Can you take it? What?
I really should stop doing that.
Heal. You'll find no mercy. Crumble. Begin. Does it hurt? You're mine. I'll grind you into dust. Crescent flash. Crescent flash. Behold.
Oh, thank God.
The earth pulse. Tectonic vision. Catapult. I'll grind you into dust. The tempest engulfs you. Catapult. Tempest. Beckoned into everlasting darkness. Negative gate. You require a hand. No further. Tornado drive. Soaring blast. Tempest. Soaring blast. Instinct sharpen.
Got it.
Take it. Take this. Tempest. I'll face you. Benediction light. Benediction light. Heal. Tempest.
Why does he like freeze? After I cast the heal. Like I try to move, but it doesn't work. Dude, I don't even want to know how fucking long this is taking. That being said, I'm absolutely gonna check. Oh, thank God.
This shall be a feast for the senses.
Let's see what this artifact is. Well, the hideous demon beast. Though small, they were once feared as malicious deities, devouring all in their path from God Eater. Okay, more damage both ways. I'd rather not. I only need to get one more artifact for... Here, wait, Dohuli. 15 minutes. You know what? Yeah. Let's get these cosmetics, why not?
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Flying freaks! Why can't they just sit still? Can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
It's one
Station! There!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elton!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
Okay.
Here's to the wind! If it's in the sky, it's mine! Light after illuminate the shield and lightning!
Swallow blade! Pierce!
Now you've done and ticked me off.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Okay! Wind!
Now!
Take this!
Frozen!
Hammer!
Bang.
Its armor's too strong!
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Photon
I'll smash you!
Illuminate the dark!
Swallow blade!
Tiger blade!
Eternal devastation! Vacuum blade!
Lightning Strike!
Hurricane strike! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! No, it looks like you got this one covered! Hurricane land!
Swallow blade! There!
Corruption! Lunar blast!
Far enough!
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was charging or not. Sorry, Shion, I kind of lured him into that.
I never miss!
Swallow blade! Eternal devastation!
Got it! Do it! Now astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
No escape! I'll smash you!
Lightning possession! Thunderblade!
It's on!
Illuminate the now!
Swallow blade! Oh, look sharp! Lightning tiger blade! My turn! You're mine! Swallow blade! Vacuum blade! Down!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Now! Here I come!
Oh, fuck.
Hold on to your iron! Here I come! Need to pull myself together!
Severing wind! Look sharp! Tear!
Let's get you
Soaring
out
light
of
spear! Take that!
Your skills are formidable. They belie your youth.
Really? It's my artsy. I don't even know the word defeat.
Give yourself more credit.
Annihilation!
Burn in hell!
I can handle it. Annihilation!
Swallow blade! Win! Hurricane thrust!
Explosion!
Swallow blade! Eternal devastation!
Let the
Someone
marksman
win!
handle it. Freeze Lancer!
Here I come!
That'll bring you down.
Thrust! Swallow blade!
Here, let me help.
Thrust!
Now! First aid! Neon! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Blaze.
Victory! Naturally!
I'm not done! Crush! I can do without it!
Ow. Ow.
In here! More for the tank pile!
I owe you one.
That are also interrupted!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Slash!
Light astral purge!
Win!
Hurricane strike! Big water storm!
Lightning spear!
In here!
I'm not done! Shut up!
Hydration orb!
There!
Let's go!
Going in.
Take it! No escape!
In here!
Eternal devastation! There!
Strike!
Here! Here I come!
One at a time!
Try harder! Now! Here I come! I'm not done! Eternal devastation!
Time to shine!
No escape!
Going in.
No more playing nice!
Denied.
It's on!
Going in.
Going in! Now! Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
Acid to acid!
Here's the healing art! Hurricane strike!
Burn!
On guard!
Crush!
Where are you going?
I'll smash you!
Glacial
Here I come!
Tiger Blade! Here's the healing
Take
art!
this!
Freeze Lancer! Here, let me help! Perhaps now isn't the time?
You're mine!
Time to stop!
Come on.
It's on! Swallow blade! Crush! Here I come! I'm not done! Oh! Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
Obliterated. Damn. Okay. Alright, now we can do stuff with our skills. That's good. Get plus 50 attack from that as well. Alright, Shion, what do we got? Ailment, he's got element. Last shot, ultimate ingredient, mystic press. Oh wait, I have to forge it? Oh, that kinda sucks. Boost gauge. Complete that one as well. And mid-air damage. Rinwell. What do we get? Yeah, we can finish that one up first and foremost. Cyclone. Down enemy damage is probably good. Adds damage while taking walk. Just shrink the card. Oh. Those two are great. As is that. Let's just get these, complete that. And get this. Then with what's left, I guess, just strength and counter range. Alright, and dual homing G, max AG. Oh. Kira's good. There we go. Okay. And with that, we are ready to go. Except I want to see if Hootle detects an owl here, because it's the only other place I can
Finally.
think of.
If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Oh, he doesn't come out here either.
go.
Okay, let me check the Cave of Solitude. And then I guess I can check up by
This will be a delicious piece of cake.
what's his face's castle. Like
Looks
the
like it could be
entrance
worth
path.
something.
Okay, so not here.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Okay, castle gates, search flames. Aha!
You sense one of your pals, Hoodle?
Also, didn't I get a key that says it opens something in Calaglia?
Look, Hoodle! One of your buddies!
30 owls.
What's on the other side of this door, anyway?
Why ask me when you can just open it and find out?
Into the grotto. This is a bad idea.
This is...
Some kind of bath? Treasury? Looks like something Balsif had built. Oh.
But this is...
What are these? I think they're sausages? Actually, they're wieners.
Kisara,
Sorry, could you make something with these? Sure, I could do that. Wait. Now! Okay.
oh,
Someone was living well. Can't believe Balsif was hoarding something so delicious. Delicious. How despicable. Another reason things have to change. Anyway, we should open this place up to everyone.
Wow!
I don't know if I've ever seen her so fired up. Not a bad thing, is it? Even if it's only because of food.
Nice one, Alphen.
Thanks. Gotta keep up with the competition.
Personally, I prefer Bologna.
Alone. Oh.
We got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Rich
I
dress.
found some equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
Mega elixir. Nice. Alright, let's go. We'll make food.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
And then we'll head to
You guys want to rest here?
Lenegus. But we are a lot more prepared than we were before, so happy about that.
Huh? Why are you staring at me?
Oh, we thought we'd turn the tables and critique your appearance for a change.
It's not fair if we're the only ones subjected to it.
What? Did you guys hear? Apparently, she found that dress of hers in some old ruins.
Alphen, we haven't heard from you yet. Would you care to tell us your verdict?
Sure, I guess. To be honest, when I first saw Shion in that dress, I
Quit it!
was absolutely captivated.
Alright, I think that's enough fun for one day.
That's true, he was. Back up L. I think it would be better to get a longer lasting thing. Sure.
It's finished. Hopefully the others like it.
I guess Shion
Shion, could we talk a moment?
makes the most sense for right before the trip.
Sorry if I'm a bit restless during the night. Did you get enough sleep?
Alright. Here we go.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that! You're going to jinx us!
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
Oh. I thought she just
I like it.
made up
Sounds
something
perfect
really
for our little
stupid
escapade.
like I do.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... Well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone.
How?
And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shionne's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
Wow, they did a great job cleaning up all the moss and shit. Jeez.
You know,
Ace.
I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Okay.
Everything okay, Shionne? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
Well, yeah, I mean, she had planned on dying up until now, so makes sense that maybe she'd be a lot more motivated now that she's convinced herself that she can live. What is the point of this? Or that? Oh, this is where I was, apparently.
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one
I
step
mean,
at a
maybe
time.
a little, but... Damn it, I can't see what everyone's outfits look like that I just remembered. I got... Whatever, I'll be able to shortly. Alright, what are you kids up to?
Hey, Alphen, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
I mean, still, it is in
Oh,
theory
that's a good point.
of
If you
flying
think so, Alphen, it
metal
must be
box.
okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
I mean, I get it, it's just the concept behind it. That's weird.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
Alright, and Shion.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse. But then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Shionne. If we're going to win,
They're sort of right.
There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Dahnan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this together.
Like, they're sort of right in theory, but it's realistically not everyone's gonna make it home every time. Sacrifice itself will still happen, but I agree with the idea of being quote-unquote destined is not right.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
That's a good question.
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dahna. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dahna even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renan ladder is considered superior to being a Dahnan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shionne?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this Red Woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That Red Woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
Oh,
We're
that's
about to land. The descent could be
not
a little
good.
bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them.
so. That little recap did remind me, like, we still have to know why only we can remember, or only Danans can remember seeing the Red Woman before the Renis Alma incident. And also, so we met Shion, she was chained up inside of
There's
the
no one
fucking
here.
train.
I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
So was she going to like a research center or something?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this Red Woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Yeah.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renans. The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less.
How are we not going to be
On the
seen?
other side.
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renans actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
Yeah, so... Like, seriously. What, are we just gonna walk around the fucking city and... It's a city, you're not gonna be able to sneak through. And we're the ragtag bunch of misfits that stand out from literally every other character. Okay, so what? I guess... Not bad. As a decoy, huh? Okay. Oh boy. Also, so does that mean I was under the impression that there was only one sovereign, but if it's an area that allows sovereign or only sovereigns can go in, that said, like, it's not the sovereign. Why is there a what happened? What the fuck? Oh good, we're gonna get blamed for this, aren't we?
What in the world?
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Oh.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Uh-oh.
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Doe?
So,
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the Wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can
oh,
find out.
that's gonna end
While we're
well.
at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone.
Yeah.
Let's leave the talking
Okay.
to Shion.
Yeah.
We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Okay, well,
Good
somebody
idea.
addressed it.
I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right.
Sure.
We'll leave it to you two. The Danans among us should probably keep our heads down.
Yeah.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
What could be
Not
so
now,
important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Crown contest
Whatever
isn't a
their
thing.
purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. We don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
Let's be real, okay? We're gonna go around the city and ask for a forbidden knowledge zone. Like, that's
So,
gonna
I've
be
been
suspicious.
wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry, that probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
Oh, old man, maybe his eyesight's not good. Perfect.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me?
Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
He's got a lot of competition. Also, so all the Zugals have gone rogue. Interesting. Oh, he's waterbending. Trying to put out a fire with it. That's cool. Wondering what that noise was. Oh, and she's healing. I don't know where I am. I don't know where I am either. I'm sure there's a reason for what's going on, don't worry. Zugals, nothing more than our servants. They may have gotten out, but I'll have them back under control before long. Be brave. There, I, just kind of made it, or dumbed it down. Oh, no maze. I've never seen such potent healing arts. Thank you so much for taking the time to help an old lady. Ooh.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Your lordship. Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time.
Also, maybe we should, like, de-summon the blazing sword. Just saying, it's not exactly natural. And also is a fucking symbol of rebellion.
Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem
I
weirdly
mean, what the
okay
fuck
with
are
it
they
all.
gonna do?
Yeah, that one guy even said Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
But do you not
3
know what
centuries ago, I
who
became
it
the
is?
Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danan. 300 years later, we crossed paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that two sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganeth Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it.
Oh.
I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danon city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Or if she hides herself from Renans.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
True.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alphen and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
Damn. Fuck.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, there's sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals?
We can't talk to
Every
them.
lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Oh. Oh, you want to know which lord I support? Why, are you out canvassing for someone? I'm with His Excellency, Wolsey Teldius. You probably know him better as Lord Falstaff. I know a lot of people consider him to be a giant brute. Believe me, I realized he could be an aggressive man. What those people don't realize is how much he looks after the members of his house. It's fair to say that House Teldius doesn't enjoy much esteem. For those of us who serve, it will be the first to admit that, though.
Yes!
But His Excellency always stands up against any who would mean us harm. Of that we can be sure. His efforts in the crown contest aren't only for his family, but to improve the standing of each and every member of his house.
Yes!
I owe so much to His Excellency. I could never dream of serving any other lord.
Falstaff had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
Welcome to Guilt Trip the game. Oh, Lord Dohelium, you returned. And I see you brought AIDS with you. Moving on. Do you remember who I am, my lord? Surely you must, yes? Not only I support House Elclaris, but more specifically his lordship personally. So much so I've been trying to share my appreciation of his lordship to any who will listen. In fact, I was planning to publish my extensive writings on the subject through this very terminal for all to read and enjoy. But it's years. But since the lines appear to be cut due to recent molt, I've been unable to upload them. I know, since you're all here, I'll read them aloud. There exists a most handsome man, a man who radiates beauty, whose every word, every syllable is divine poetry. He hails from the famed House Elclaris, and his name Lord Dohelium. Music is his passion, the arts his great love. The scores of boorish, uncouth men of this land cannot begin to compare to his magnificence. Though refined and majestic is his posture, why the mere thought of it brings me to ecstasy. Once he becomes our sovereign, Rena shall bloom anew, ushering in an era of prosperity for a grand civilization. Until that glorious day comes, I shall forever be praying for his victory, morning, noon, and night. Well, what did you think, my lord? I poured my whole heart into it. But I forgot to mention anything for his lordship's love of collecting things. I must take this time while the lines are down to append it. Only then will my masterpiece be complete.
I
guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
Well, I never. To think anyone would try to tear me away from House Valkyries.
What?
Hmm? What do you want? Don't tell me you work for Lord Dofleem, the dreadful Lord Almadria, do you? Don't? Well, don't scare me like that. To answer your question, I come from a family that has served House Valkyries for generations. Indeed, I'm doing all I can to support Lord Ganabelt behind the scenes so that he emerges victorious. Many think him to be a cruel man, but I insist they're utterly mistaken. Though I won't deny to be strict, put Rena's interests front and center like no one else. Why, he advocates that rather than stay confined to Lenegis, we should get on with colonizing Ghana and expand our horizons. That way we will become masters of both worlds, and overturn our current minority status on Dana's surface. That is why he seeks to become our next sovereign. Tell me, is there a greater, more noble ambition than that? I think not. It is the pursuit of power for the advancement of all of our kind. It is what makes him an exemplary lord, a model above all others. Though I was unable to accompany him myself, my two sons have been blessed with the honor of joining him on the surface. As their father, it fills me with endless pride. Don't worry, we've probably killed them.
Ganabelt was so horrible to people, yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
Yeah, it was more of like, he did want good, but he just wanted good for his people, and said fuck everyone else. Which it's not necessarily a bad thing to put your people first. But there's an extent in which that's okay.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed, the effects of Lenegis' transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
True.
Pardon me.
This area falls under the sole jurisdiction of fuck this. I asked you to depart at once. Surely you don't claim to be ignorant of our famed house ruled over by the esteemed Lord Almadria. If so, I urge you to listen well. In fact, I bid you listen carefully regardless. Have you noticed how in the history of Lenegis only a few women lords have emerged to compete in the crown contest? Many have theories as to why this might be, but Lord Almadria squashed the doubts of any naysayers through sheer might. In fact, not only did she usurp her father and previous family master, she also removed her older brother to claim the seat for herself. She's a woman who stops at nothing to get what she wants, who gives her enemies nary the slightest opening to strike. True, Lord Almadria is a woman of talent. No one in all Rena better exemplifies the virtues of our nation's meritocracy. In the age of a glorious woman sovereign reigning over Lenegis shall be upon us at last.
I guess her willing stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
So, in other words, you support her because she's a woman. Got it. Good, the sequels are cut off. They have nowhere to run now. Amazing how those of us with only weak arts can still do this when we all come together in the arms of friendship.
Ridiculous.
Oh, how loathsome. Oh, I was just reading about Bull Run. Could I help you? I was always an ardent supporter of Lord Orwell Bill Hildreth himself. Were it not for his sudden death down on the surface, I likely still would be. My eyes, Lord Urwaggle is the true Waterlord. I don't believe for a second that he perished in some accident, like they say. As for how Volron runs Ganeth Aros, don't get me started. I hear he enslaves not only Danans, but even his fellow Renans. We may live in a society where to victor go the spoils, but his actions go against what we as a people stand for. Besides, just what sort of family line is this House Ignatier of his anyways? I've never heard of it until he came along, which means they must be the lowest dregs of society. That such an ignoble lineage could suddenly produce an astral artist capable of ascending to lordship is unheard of. None of it makes sense. Not to mention all the upheaval around here of late. What is happening to our people?
Seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganeth Haros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
The world's not black and white?
I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
We did it. Nice grape gel.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current Sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfried Milgras, the former Lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfried whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming Sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the Sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the Motherland, Sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
How many times do you have to say that?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
So at what point are Zugals gonna come? Oh, fuck.
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir...
Oh, shut up.
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still... kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Uh-oh.
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Right. Fucking... I already find some freaky ass demon lady. One of the Zuko's gonna start attacking me. I figured it would have started by now, but I guess not.
I'm getting pretty hungry.
Want to sit down and fix something?
Yep, the sooner the better.
What we still have half the fucking duration. Here we go.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah. It must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagin. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagin. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed.
Oh.
Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority, and introduced her to Tarnagin and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagin was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less, she would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, instead I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Dahnans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
I don't remember dirty
Do you think he'll
tactics
be alright?
in the
Yeah, I
cutscene.
think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen,
Alpha.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
Oh. So why was dude creeping on us? Unless...
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Unless... they don't know. Or, not that they don't know. Unless it's got something to do with the red lady. Oh. Yeah, it looks cool. Oh, shucks. Jesus, that's just a fucking cannon. It's a long grenade launcher. Green Light Part 3. Oh, that just looks pretty. There you go. I guess I'll wait. Or should I go with the... It's not a crazy increase. Eh.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
And we are still low on everything. Wait. No, I'm not. I'm not full.
What do you say we check?
Shut up.
Back in on the ranch.
Yo, that loading screen thing made me think, what the hell ever happened to,
Damn it.
Kelzalik?
Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Is he dead? I know we let him go, but I don't know if he died after that.
Lord Dohalim of Elderman. Here, I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one.
Ow, 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 ow.
I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire!
I'll heal you all!
Not today!
Theon, astral energy! Full throttle!
Blast.
Now! Take this! No escape! Severing wind! You're mine! It's over! Eternal devastation!
We'll soon see about that!
No escape! No escape! Soaring right spear!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
By the power of
No escape! Soaring right spear! Swallow blade! Flaming blade! Flame and thunder!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Got him.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
I'm 2 free grape gel? Oh, cool. Okay, so they're weak to electric. I think that's the first time fighting something weak to electric.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! My turn! Not today! Eternal devastation!
Nice.
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
I believe that Dark Mane is what we needed to make some of the stuff we needed to make.
I won't forgive you.
Now! Time to cross blade!
Charge like that can easily be fatal. Just as well, I'm here to stop. I don't even know the word defeat.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! You're mine! Burn in hell! Flaming thrust! Hurricane thrust! Soaring light spear! Here I come! Escape! It's over! Soaring light spear! You're on!
I'll take you all
Need to
on.
pull myself together.
Ha! Flames and balance.
Nice.
Excited. Go.
Swallow blade! Crush! Vacuum blade!
Lunar corruption.
Flaming thrust!
Back into the field.
Soaring light spear!
Illuminate the dark. Come forth, holy quiver.
Tear!
Holy light. Healing circle.
Here I come!
Radiant
This one's all mine!
There. Go. Illuminate the dark. Holy quiver.
Infernal torrent!
Holy lamp.
Take it!
Radiant
not
star.
done.
Healing
Be
circle.
still.
By the power of
Soaring
God.
light.
Finish without a trace.
Swallow blade!
Come on.
Another ammo. This one is ready to the fray. Annihilation. Holy lamp.
There!
Will this help? Here goes. No, I don't
Fuck.
even know the word defeat.
Try harder! My turn! Not today!
Steel.
Swallow blade!
I'll bring you back from
Be still!
from
Soaring light spear!
lightning.
Flash!
Dance in the wind.
I'm not done!
Air thrust.
Wind!
Lightning condensed. Don't give up.
What was that about not giving up? Because you're a little dead. Get back up.
How about that ammo? Leave the charges to me.
Healing circle.
Now! You're mine!
This one's mine.
Swallow blade! I owe you one! This time!
Confiscated. Annihilation.
Shuffle!
Hurricane strike. Steel lift.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Flaming thrust!
Dance in the wind. Gemini.
Swallow blade!
By the power
Lightning
of God.
thrust!
Lightning condensed.
I'm nearly done for.
Now. Frozen.
Hammer.
Boom.
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
I need healing.
Choice. Engaging! My shield? No further!
think that shield will save you? Hurricane Photon Blast! Glacial Spear! Here's evil! Freeze Lancer!
Megasonic Thrust! Astral Arts?
That's my cue!
Slash! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Lightning!
Goodbye!
Photon Blast!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
And bubbling to me! Glacial Spear! Here's fire!
Come on.
My turn!
Dance in the wind!
I'm not
Go
done!
in! Fear! Hail and flame! Here goes! Here's your knee! Do it! Law! Demon's Descent!
Flashing Fang! No kill! It's over!
Shield Force!
Hurricane Thrust!
Now!
Before missing! No further!
How about this?
Swallow Blade!
Lightning Strike!
Vacuum
Do it!
Blade!
Get toasty!
Burn Strike!
Boom.
I'll do everything I can with this power.
Make us proud, Alphen.
Yeah, we're counting on you.
I guess I am too. A little.
Shortcake.
Go no further! Not in your dreams! In here, you really don't give up, do
Not
they?
today! Not damn it!
More for the stockpile!
Eternal Denial! Vacuum Blade!
Do it! Kitara, frozen!
Hammer! Not a chance! No escape! Swallow Blade!
Appreciate the help. This one is mine.
I owe you one.
In here!
Flaming Meteor!
Inferno Clutch!
This one's mine.
Now! Bob, get toasty!
Burn Strike! No! I'm not done!
Can't get out of this!
Hurricane Fire!
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Here I come!
Ready!
Crunch! Swallow Blade!
Dance
Eternal
in the wind!
Devastation! It's
Sleep
over!
now! Into the
Dazzle!
stockpile!
Mhm.
Now! Inferno Clutch! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
Could have been worse.
The soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone making them stand guard over the Forbidden Zone?
Gotta break through! Be still!
Flaming Meteor!
Radiant Storm!
Time to shine.
Celestial Runner! By the Razor Cyclone!
Dazzle! Try harder! My turn!
I single tap on the handle!
Hurricane
Razor
Strike!
Cyclone!
Prepare to be seized!
Explosion!
Time to shine.
Vacuum Blade!
Raging Storm!
Megasonic Thrust!
Evil! Razor Cyclone! Freeze! Celestial Runner!
Shield
Razor Cyclone!
Dazzle!
Celestial
Throwing
Runner!
Light Spear!
Iron Fist!
You're mine! I'm not done!
Piercing roar.
Hurricane
You're mine! No escape!
Here's a healing arm!
Look sharp.
Throwing Light Spear!
Hurricane Foot!
You're on! Ignite!
Lightning! Celestial Runner!
Slash!
Hurricane Flight! Searing Flame! Reload!
Dazzle! Hurricane Thrust! Throwing Light Spear!
Hurricane Flight!
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Here's a
This
healing arm!
one's mine.
Eliminate the dark!
Here's
No escape!
Got the piercing roar.
Here!
Denied.
Everyone keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it.
Bring you down.
I'll leave it to you. Eternal devastation! Dazzle! Soaring light sphere!
Healing purity!
Swallow blade!
Annihilation!
Crush!
By the power of flame!
Mega Switch was all
Switch to
mine!
offense! Let me hurricane strike!
Soaring light sphere!
Time to shine! Into the shadows!
Hurricane thrust!
Radiant
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here I go!
Lightning thrust! Soaring light
Right into the flame!
Hurricane
Flash! Lightning
Ah! Burn in hell!
Wind astral energy!
Eternal devastation!
I'm trying to debate if it's worth it to go back and make new weapons.
Will this help?
Lightning thrust!
Look sharp!
Soaring light sphere!
Air thrust! Light astral Illuminate the dark! Magic is far enough! Holy land! By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace! On guard!
Not a chance! I'm not done! Ha!
You made me angry. That was a bad
Eternal
idea.
devastation!
Sleep now! More for the stockpile!
Aw, too shy to come out. I'll take you all on. Ha!
Boom.
Flare
I love that sound.
Swallow blade! Eternal devastation! Be still! Soaring light sphere!
Sleep now! Do it!
I'm ready to go.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
A hard-won victory.
I'll just keep going. We're too close to just give up and go back. Oh, that's a lot more than I thought there would be.
In a bind?
Swallow blade!
Illuminate the dark!
My turn!
Where are you going?
Swallow blade! Ah! Eternal piston! I'm not done! Swallow blade! Eternal devastation! You're finished! You're prepared to be sealed!
Ignite!
Coming through! Ha!
I don't know how to trigger which of the astral arts I do.
You're mine! I'm not done!
I'll smash you! Take this!
Eternal devastation! Dazzle! Soaring light sphere! Mirage! Lightning thrust! Vacuum blade!
How about this? Hurricane Split! Healing Circle! Legion Strike! Now you've gone and ticked me off!
Swallow blade! Dazzle!
Inferno!
You're mine! You're finished!
Here's a healing art!
Soaring light sphere!
Aid! Light astral energy! Radiant! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Got him.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Cool.
not around here.
You picked the wrong fight!
Appreciate the help.
Eternal devastation!
Flame of fury!
Infernal torrent! Here I come! Swallow blade!
Freeze laser!
Dazzle!
Here, let me help. First aid!
Swallow blade!
Escape! This one's mine. By the power of force. Here goes! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Hands in the wind!
No!
Keep now.
No escape! Any more of this and I'll burn out! Engage! Swallow blade!
Pull myself
Here's the force! Vacuum blade! Support! Mission! Soaring light spear! Stardust! Hurricane thrust! You're on! In a bind!
Got them both.
The waters of magic is all. Do it!
Swallow blade!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! Now! Here I come! Crush!
Supernova! Glacial
Soaring light spear! Tear!
Freeze Lancer! Photon! Lightning
Be
Blast!
still!
Make it rain! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I feel sprightlier than before.
No choice! Oh my lord! Out of the way! I can carve through walls! Like shield! Prepare to be seen!
Read your moves like a book.
I see one, eh? You're mine! Eternal devastation!
Hurricane's mine!
Ready and ready! Win! Laser sight! Soaring light spear! Any more of this and I'll burn out! Hurricane thrust! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing arc! The power of Raging Cascade!
Eternal devastation!
Feel!
Be still!
Tiger Lord! Laser Spear!
Soaring light spear!
Freeze Lancer!
Crush! Die! Swallow blade! Eternal devastation! Here I come! Eat this!
I'm all set to the wind!
Crush! Take this!
Let me help! Shield!
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Here I come!
By the power of flame!
Swallow blade!
Hurricane strike!
Here I come! Here I come! No further! Swallow blade!
Here's evil! Now! Let the marksman hit! Astral energy! Full throttle! Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky!
We are getting a lot of shit from each battle. Also, we just ran out of CP, so... I don't like it here.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen,
What do I do? Never mind, I guess he knows. Oh.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Uh-oh.
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imeris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
Oh, did we all see that?
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imeris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
What would she
Guys, didn't
gain?
feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Dahnan astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those.
Oh.
Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Oh, good. That's a good sign. Oh.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
Look at the eyes.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
Oh.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
Oh, tormented limbs.
I've never known Faria to control Doodles like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master core?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Doodles, then we get some answers. Aim for the weak spot. Now, you're mine!
Right
Now
this
it's
one's
live inside me,
mine!
yours to be let free.
This
one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Three guards! I'll leave it to you! Hurricane Thrust!
I'll heal you all! Dance in the wind!
Hurricane Thrust! Soaring Light Spear! Solar Blade!
Lunar Blast! Annihilation!
Oh, that wasn't a dash.
Eternal Devastation! Slash! Ignite!
Sleep now!
Eternal Devastation! Flaming Thrust!
Ow. That shit hurt. Get fucked.
Enjoy the ground while you're down there.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Where are you going? Think you can fly? Hurricane Bullseye Flash! By the power of water! Do it! This is astral energy!
Say no more.
Bang.
Lightning orb! Healing surge malevolent! Arcane waterfall! Freeze lancer! Cover! Dance in the wind! Here! Right! Watch out!
You pay for that.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
I won't lose. Not now. Is this it?
I've still got some fight left in me!
You made me angry. That was a bad idea.
Healing circle! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
I owe you one back.
Resuscitation!
Down! You're off!
Not done yet.
Take that! Hurricane strike! Waterfall!
Not a chance.
Not done! Here's evil! Here's
Soaring
good!
light spear.
I carved through one.
Freeze laser!
Lightning meteor!
This one's all mine.
Radiant pierce! Damn it! Out of ammo!
Dazzle.
Safe!
Hurricane strike. Soaring light spear.
Inferno! I never miss! I'm gone! Thunder touch! Illuminate the dark! Holy limit!
Eat this.
Holy land!
Flash.
Glacial fire! Healing circle! Take this! All
Soaring light spear.
Annihilation!
Blade.
Lightning! Maelstrom! Burning! Strike!
Try harder. Here I come. Swallow blade.
Freeze lancer!
It's time.
Lightning orb! Hurricane strike! Illuminate the dark!
What I can do.
Appreciate the help.
Swallow.
Holy land!
Eternal devastation. Now.
Got him.
Reeling.
Take it down!
Soaring light spear.
Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Thunder piercing roll!
Caught him on the run.
Don't get cocky!
Right. Still anyone's fight.
Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Holy land! Into the shadows!
Lightning. Hurricane thrust.
Shield and ice.
Hands in the wind! Air thrust! Let astral illuminate the dark! Holy glitter!
Can't end here.
Don't give up!
Well, that was a little fuck up on my part.
It's about to strike!
Stop, everyone. Try harder.
That'll bring you down!
I'm not done.
Lightning orb!
Oh, fuck.
Never back down. Try harder. Now. Take this.
Sleep now!
Fuck.
Leave me! Healing circle! Astral
Let's just, yeah.
Know where that came from! Raging cascade! Feel!
Be still.
More for the stockpile!
Soaring light spear.
Raging healing! Know where that came from!
Lay beside me.
You made me angry. That was a bad idea.
Now. Take this.
I'm out of ammo!
Beat and more of this and I'll burn out. Soaring light
Do it!
spear.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Got him.
Now it's just her! Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more.
Dohalim!
Ooh.
Forgive me.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case,
I'll take her off your hands.
You?
Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almeidria. As for Tarnigan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already past, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
All did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Yes.
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
So what about the Dark Master Core? Did it just break?
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah,
A chorus?
it's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
Ah, shit, flashback.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
What the fuck? Oh. Oh.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her, it reminds me of Shionne's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe... Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago.
What?
No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that? If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure!
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shionne's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally,
Mm.
we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a
Oh.
person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
What makes you think it
Whatever
happened
was, it
naturally?
survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
Oh shit, we get locked in RP block.
Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shionne's thorns. As well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens.
Oh shit, we're at the point of no return. Alright. Let me take a quick break for a bathroom, get drink, and then we'll beat this. So, thanks for watching up to this point, I appreciate it. Okay. So,
I just need a little time first.
I want to go back and because I just remembered that I had not gone to the store.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
But this gives me a moment to do the theory crafting. So essentially what we now know is they went to this ceremony. Brandis Alma was there. Something went wrong. Had to do with the thorns. Oh. Sorry, I got something stuck in my throat. And then, something happened Lenegus was destroyed, Naori sends Alphen back with the mask. Cool. But my main hang-up is that, or the main question I have is, were the thorns, did Naori get the thorns on them during the ceremony, or did she already have them and the thorns interfered with the ceremony? That I'm not clear on. Now, the other thing is that Naori had the thorns. Okay. Shion has the thorns. Now, up until now, the theory is that it was passed on through generations, I guess. But that wouldn't really make sense, because then it would mean that some person each generation had it. Like, setting aside the ways to have multiple generations, with the females being death by touch. So, okay, next theory, which still doesn't help with how Naori had a kid, is, okay, it's just passed down through the family line. And it only manifested with Shion. Okay. However, like I said, there's a problem with Naori being able to continue the family line. Okay, so you could say that Naori had a sister or something, and then that's how the line continued. But then Naori wouldn't be able to pass that down, so that cuts that out. So like I said, the only way I can see this happening is if Shion actually is Naori. And I think just how similar they look is kind of the testament. I think they sound a little different, but I don't know. Because I don't know. All Shion remembers from her childhood is she has a doll, which might be from Alphen, but also that she was experimented on constantly. So that kind of leaves a lot of gaps for, I don't know, her to forget who she actually is, or have been forced to forget. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. Okay.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
So, cook. sleep duration. I need an extra milk. Damn.
This is perfect! I'll have everybody's mouths watering when they see this.
Ah, fuck. I was counting on being able to fast travel. I forgot you can't. Shit. I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to make it through in time. Get fucked. Damn it.
Little help.
You make me angry.
If you won't bow
That
out
was a
nice,
bad
then you
idea.
leave me no choice.
Look sharp.
Swallow blade!
Here goes.
Fall back!
Raise the arm.
It's turning piercing! Be still!
Celestial.
Hurricane thrust! You're mine!
Their arts were interrupted. In a bind.
Fall back! Pull nothing back! Slash! There! Engage!
Look sharp.
Mission! Oh my! It's turning devastation!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'm also not entirely convinced Alphen actually killed everything. I think it's very well it could have been Naori. And he just thinks he did.
Be still! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclops! Now! You're mine!
Freeze Lancer.
That took more energy than I expected.
Okay, only having to do one battle, not bad. The circle's not back, that kind of sucks, but... Okay. Why do that? There we go, fully healed.
Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shionne's thorns, as well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens.
Alright. Here we go.
I'm determined to save Shionne and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that. Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
There's like the tables where everyone died.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
If I had to guess.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans.
It's probably not that
is what we believed this place
the
to be.
Sovereign's the only one allowed in there.
But we were
I think
made
it
to
might be
believe it
that the
was.
Sovereign's the only one in and
It's
out.
finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long. I think I can make this work.
I can't read.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danan astral energy, so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Danan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign!
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the master cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
He found Control F.
With the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful.
We know who.
Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
What? You knew you were the only one.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron?
But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
Yeah, so what
Even
happened?
supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Okay.
Only 2 Sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Okay. Sovereign access Lenegis control device for spiritual ceremony. Each one is granted level 2 authority and an ID crest. Ganon subject serves as a base for its creation. In theory, ideal candidates possess equal affinity for every astral energy element. However, such aptitude is statistically rare to uncover within real-world conditions. As a result, most subjects die during adjustment period, and stability is not guaranteed for those who still survive it. This instability, coupled with the Sovereign's powers and astral manipulation, pose a high risk to the security of Lenegis if left unchecked. As such, stabilization measures must be put in place via the support mechanism when utilizing the Sovereign in the spirit channeling ceremony. Addendum 1. No effective alternative method to perform this ceremony has been found. Trials on Danon subjects are authorized to continue. Addendum 2. Unit 2 adjustments are a success. Subsequent adjustments are to be put on hold while extended observation takes place. Okay, so basically, like they said, only someone who has equal affinity for all elements can survive. That's why there's so many dead, and why they keep trying is because they just gotta find someone. Maiden acts as Sovereign support mechanism through this spirit channeling ceremony. Each one is granted level 2 authority and an ID crest. Random subject serves as function, providing the Sovereign with supplemental dark and astral it lacks in tandem with the Renus Alma. During the ceremony, it is partly responsible for astral energy conversion, as well as maintaining stability over the Sovereign's own powers. Additionally, a large degree of intimacy between it and the Sovereign have been observed to positively impact the level of stability in both subjects. Because of this, trial activations of the Sovereign without the Maiden present are expressly forbidden. Furthermore, neither the Sovereign nor the Maiden are to be informed about the details of the spirit channeling plan. Addendum 1. Mental instability in the Maiden has deemed the cause of the past Sovereign's rampancy. Countermeasures must be considered. Addendum 2. In line with plan adjustments, the current subject will have its Maiden registration revoked and will be returned to its original household. Oh. Oh. Okay, so I'm getting it. Sort of. The gears are spinning. The Maiden's needed basically purely for the dark energy that the Danon can't provide, but also to support. They need to like each other because that helps calm them both, I guess. And so Naori was why the first one went wrong, or at least that's what they theorize, is that her instability led to it going bad. Whether that's true or not, it doesn't really matter. Well, it does, but in what I'm saying right now, it doesn't. So then, basically, what likely happened is that Xion was from the second one with Volron. But she supposedly had thorns before then. Unless she did it as a baby. That would also explain why Volron's so fucking insane, is his mental stability problems. Topic awards. Each crown contest, 5 of the best qualified members of Rendon Populace are chosen to act as lords, vying to serve as the next sovereign. During their tenure, they're granted level 3 authority, as well as one of the 5 elemental realms to administer, and its corresponding master core. They are also assigned an ID crest indicating their designated element. The selection process is based only on astral artistry and physical and mental aptitude. Other variables such as age have no bearing whatsoever, because only the strongest go on to become lords. The position itself does not inherently make an individual any stronger. It should be noted, however, that lords are not the only individual capable of drawing out a Master Core's power. All Renans must take part in selection process, and acceptance of position is mandatory. It is not allowed for those deemed suitable to decline. Furthermore, in events that an acting lord is incapacitated and can no longer serve in their position, a replacement must be quickly prepared. Unique Adjustment Index Text Subject Report. Following report is on the second successful case of Sovereign Test Subject Experimentation. Although subject possesses high latent potential, it exhibits significant mental instability along with strong distaste for fallen orders. As such, the risks it serves surpass even those of the last successful subject, itself a failure, and is therefore under consideration for disposal. Addendum. This is the first successful case in 300 years. Previously mentioned risk factors are now mitigated due to established control protocols. Subject will be evaluated under the assumption that Plan 2 will proceed and will be dispatched to Dana under the guise of serving as a lord. What? So Volron wasn't actually meant to be a lord, they just did it because? Or to get him down there, but what for? Oh. That's... But, okay. However, Volron seemed to be almost exclusively water elemental. I guess that could just be because of the Master Core he had. I guess. Large-scale astral energy converter that primarily converts the elemental composition of Daniel's astral energy and transmits it to Renan. Activation and control of astral energy conversion is achieved by placing the Sovereign Maiden, the Renes Alma, within the central core of Lenegis. It is comprised of classified and essential personnel residence zones. provide a large conduit along with a defensive layer surrounding them. This outer layer is deployed upon activation, unlocking the central conduit while simultaneously functioning as the stabilization mechanism. Due to its design, deployment of the outer layer is expected to cause damage to residential zones. However, because this only takes place during the final part of the spirit channeling ceremony, no contingency plan to address said damage is needed. Until that phase, Lenegis serves as a central base of operations for the management and execution of the crown contest on Dana. Warning: any personnel with level 3 authority or lower is strictly forbidden from classified zone. Okay, so that's the purpose behind the spirit channeling ceremony, is to send the energy to Rena. A massive spirit vessel placed on Dana for the spirit channeling ceremony. There's a tip of Lenegis conduit from which it separates. Upon landing in Danan waters, it extends two ways of connecting pathways. The vertical pathways connect to the center of Dana. Meanwhile, the horizontal pathways proceed to envelop the entire surface of Dana. Once activated, it links the biological spirit vessels placed in each realm, efficiently harvesting the planet's astral energy en masse. The accumulated energy is then transmitted to the Rena via Lenegis. Because construction and adjustment take place in the Forbidden Zone's regulator area, Lenegis' outer layer must be deployed prior to launch. Intended to function semi-autonomously, only maintenance personnel are expected to manually interfere with it when necessary. No other personnel is required for it to function. Addendum 1. Attachable Harvester 1 was lost on Dana after exploding due to rampancy exhibited by the Sovereign. Addendum 2. Detachable Harvesters 2's landing point will remain the same as that of the previous model. This is due to the explosion of the previous model, which altered the planetary topography, enabling easier connection to the center of Dana. What? Wait. It was the spirit channeling ceremony, the center, or what kicked off the invasion, because it would have sent a harvester down. But Alphen fucked it up. But it's not the one that we fucked up this time. It would have to be the one from before. But Alphen would have then had to do it while it was still on Dana. So it never got launched then. No way, it did get launched, because that's what fucking, I don't know. Ooh. A device covering the wearer's whole face that restricts their mental activity is developed for the purpose of pacifying prisoners. Medical applications are also recognized, particularly as a means of preventing patients from sustaining mental trauma. However, doing so is not recommended, as prolonged use of the device carries risks of inducing a number of adverse side effects. Due to loss of production facilities incurred from the partial destruction of Lenegis, additional devices will no longer be manufactured. Okay. After receiving reports of a robust new form of rule emerging in Dana's water realm, a study was commissioned to investigate the matter in depth. This system is unique in that it elevates only the Lord as the supreme authority while relegating both Renans and Danans alike to enslavement. Volume serves as Realm's current Lord and has achieved this without the use of any special powers, drugs, or special devices. Rather, it is done so by sheer governance. Given this method's effectiveness at population control, monitoring of the situation will continue. Addendum 1. Collapse of the cognitive facilities via extreme mental repression rooted in violence and fear is proven to be key to this style of rule. Once a subject loses its autonomy, they become desensitized to fear and subsequently cease to prioritize even their own personal safety. Though such a state is ill-suited for commanding officers, it remains an effective way to cultivate disposable infantry and slaves of manual labor. Soldiers in Lenegis who have undergone the treatment will be asked to secure classified sectors as a trial. The results will be monitored. That's how brainwashing happened. Okay. So, is the red lady the maiden from the second one, if Shion's not? Oh. Wait. Oh my god, my food's gonna run out. Son of a bitch. The lost numbers looks like logs of alignment between the subjects and Lenegis proper. Notice this area will now be shut down as the project proceeds to its final phase. Okay, so that means a spirit channeling ceremony happened after we defeated Volrun, in which he was already a sovereign. Well, yeah, I guess he has to be sovereign before the ceremony, but
Naori, I...
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell. His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it.
I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
300 years listening to that beeping?
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
But she said that if she didn't leave, Lenegis was gonna be turned to ash, which means Alphen wasn't the one who did it? But he was in pain. So was it the thorns and her going back to recontain the thorns somehow? I don't know. Well, I'll take the one gift. Oh god, are we back in Apocrypha? Yeah.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course.
Where the spirit channeling ceremony happened.
After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Naori?
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day,
I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
Guys, shut up.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash,
Oh.
I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead.
But you would need the
That's what I
Sovereign.
hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen the Sovereign was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse onto my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just... Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Dahnan voice speaking through her?
Oh.
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Xion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Xion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
Way to fucking ruin the moment.
Sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Xion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Xion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Xion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. forget fate or destiny or anything
Plus,
We're going to live a normal life.
plus,
There are a lot of
like,
things you still want to do, right?
if it doesn't work,
You're
you'll be
right.
dead.
It's such
We'll
a
all
strange
be dead.
feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
Also, the whole
I
world.
believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Oh. 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 Oh, 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 whoa. Whoa. That's a good spell. Nice.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound
Why
of
the fuck
things,
did I
she
make
didn't
a new
focus on
sword?
differences, least of all
I
those
never even
between
got to
Renans and
use it.
Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
Oh. I thought we were like literally at the end. Oh, so yeah, it actually is good.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
Probably.
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the Wedge.
Except the Danon astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Volron! He really was still alive.
There's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in the machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but... are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
I mean, with us...
It's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand. Eternal Devastation! Try harder! You're mine! Lightning Meteor! Inferno Crossing!
Lightning condemned!
You're finished!
Thunderblade!
Eternal Devastation! Look sharp! Strike! You picked the wrong fight!
Hurricane Strike! I never miss!
Thunderblade!
Heartbeat!
Hurricane Blade! Here I come!
Here's a heal now!
Swallow Blade! Slash!
Guardian Field!
You could use a hand! Slash! Eternal Devastation! I'm not done!
Glacial
Swallow Blade!
Lightning Meteor!
Eternal Devastation!
Inferno Crossing!
Be still!
On guard!
Hurricane Thrust!
Inferno
Throwing
Crossing!
Light Spear! Stardust! Tear! Swallow Blade! Black this time!
Inferno Crossing!
This isn't looking good. Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I just kind of decided to let it rip right away because they were all together. Okay, so they're weak to electricity as well. Got it. Ooh. Thank you. Why is the camera like this? Oh, fuck.
You picked the wrong fight.
Fuck. Uh-oh. Ow. Oh. Okay.
I can't heal you forever.
Eternal Devastation!
Raging
Swallow Blade!
Swallow's flight.
I could do without this pain.
Did I? Damn it! I didn't even get that off. I just started the animation of attacking. Let's
Not today! Swallow blade!
That gold gel is absolutely not necessary, but when the fuck else am I gonna use it? Ow, ow. Fuck.
Prepare to be sealed. You may be strong, but I'll never back down.
That'll bring you down.
Swallow blade! The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Not today! Take this! Now you see what I can do!
Can't be happening.
You'll pay for that!
I'll take you all on.
Boom. I love that sound.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! My turn!
Got him.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve.
Oh. They cast self-destruct.
It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Oh.
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally, it was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going
Shoot.
to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alphen, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Dana.
Light astral
There were the
energy.
records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Voron?
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Danon are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
Oh.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
Oh.
It's too late. We can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
Uh-oh. Take the heels off. Oh yeah, I forgot about the thorns part.
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Okay, bye.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Dead.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Voron... have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renis Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Voron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renis Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Voron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renan's or Danan's.
Yeah, and not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human.
That
Next thing you know,
is
they're not
not
actually
perfectly
human at all.
human.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danon. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
How about you, Shion? Dohalim? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena, and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renis Alma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Can't do that if they're dead, though, so... Are they seriously gonna make me walk all the way fucking back? Oh! Damn it. Nice. Ah, come on. Fuck.
Get lost! Engaging! Lightning strike! Lightning
I'm going in.
Bring him down!
Take this. Engage.
Take fire support! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble. Not a chance.
Leave the ensnaring to me. Yeah, and pummeling to me.
Be still. You're mine. Eternal devastation.
On guard!
Back in blade. Swallow blade. Lightning thrust.
Going in!
Soaring light spear. Damn it. Swallow blade. Crush. Lightning thrust.
You require help.
An astral beast?
That's my cue!
Shut him down.
Swallow blade.
Think you can fly?
You're mine. No escape. Dazzle.
I'm on a roll!
Chill.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Ah, sweet.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Oh, thank God. Oh.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Only we
Forget
had
the
a sovereign.
I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
If only we had a sovereign.
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldaman and Sia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, For if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Oh, hey, they fixed it. Ah, too bright.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
Yes and no.
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
Hey, maximum AG. Group healing art sounds great, but we'll wait.
Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. and yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master, that's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
Probably
You were
both.
thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Alright. I am interested to know what everyone else's plan is for after this is over. Dohalim's coming back. I don't know if Kisara plans on staying with Dohalim or going back to Menancia. I think Menancia, but well, I've got no fucking idea. Same with Rinwell. And I'm pretty sure that Alphen and Xion are gonna stay together. But I don't know what they're gonna plan on doing. Probably the quiet life, if I had to guess.
thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
No, we found plenty of
You can
answers.
say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
Do you even know where it is?
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renis Alma.
Or
The
wait,
answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
is Lenegis just like
So, what do we do
between the
first
two
when we get
planets?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
Oh. Hmm. That doesn't seem good. Oh. Are we dead or did we get warped? Imagine if they just fucking rolled credits right there.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
What? Turn the camera. Oh, wait. Oh. So the Renan homeworld doesn't exist. Oh. Or wait, are they siphoning all the energy to reform planet? The fuck?
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
Yeah. Are we not going to talk about
True.
how...
Do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
A flower of oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
Ever?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We're caught in the tractor beam. What the fuck is that? That's not Lenegis, is it? Oh.
We managed to get moving, but
That's
where
no
are we?
moon, that's a space
It
station.
looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Okay. Unless they need us.
Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine.
That's
I'd rather that
impressive.
than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me.
Impressive flexibility.
Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people. Does
No
it ever get
shit.
lonely sometimes?
She said that
Guess
all
I
the
never really
time.
thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
What? Why is it whatever.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Or a broken
Rena
planet.
and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest,
Probably
but
because
also
the planet
form of
was
our own
destroyed.
Dohalim.
And they didn't want to tell everyone.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
Just checking to see if maybe there was a chest, but let's just... Oh, cool. Upper level? Central level? And... Nope, no chest. Okay, let's just... What the fuck? Well, it's got the, like, wedge architecture, the Apocrypha.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
Oh?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrecht 35.
Hevrecht 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
Oh.
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I can hear you.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The red women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasal, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true Sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this Great Spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on
That's
Lenegis.
even what it is.
If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these
Dana's
things.
will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's Great Spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegis are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. And the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Rena's Alma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Well, how are we supposed to talk to the other ones if our ship doesn't work and you don't fix?
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renin Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renins? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrecht 35 never even brought up the Renins once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
blah, blah, blah. What's even the point of that room? Oh.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
What?
The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrecht 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
Yes, I do.
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Deg Fazel with Hevrecht 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans.
Oh.
As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all
Sure.
this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions.
Okay. Interesting.
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure.
it's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
Okay.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries.
They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
She's known for forever.
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Makes sense to me.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
Oh, don't worry, it won't be.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner. However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans and Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Heverick 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes. And yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
He's still right there.
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
What I want to know
Let's
is,
take a moment to gather ourselves.
why can
I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but
Renans only use
I
dark
think it's fair
and
to say that we found the answers
Ganon's
we've been
only
looking for.
light?
Does everyone agree?
Agreed.
If they're from the
Though I'll
same.
admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew, it was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Heverick 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Heverick 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No.
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
It's fucking too late for this shit, but it's like I don't want it to fucking end if we're right at the end. But I thought the end would have been a while ago.
still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do, or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about, all I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Yeah.
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
Dolly, are you holding up? You look like you're a little upset.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one.
That was the crown
I can
contest,
only
though.
imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis, or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the biggest thing is just to get people to believe this.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah, I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everick 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans, and the Great Spirit, and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Dahnan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Dahnans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Dahnans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shionne? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Dahnan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shionne. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in. and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
I like that message that forgiveness goes both ways.
Ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world, and it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Yeah, so what exactly is the plan here?
Heverick 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up. Let's go give Heverick 35 our answer.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renaissance stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships that people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something,
Don't fucking say that.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Okay, let's go figure out what the plan is, because that's going to determine whether we're gonna end for tonight right now.
have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renus Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renus Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit.
Is she gonna survive that?
Energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die. That we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renus Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renus Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renus Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, Then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar, is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away. Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. But with the amount of energy we're talking about here...
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details, so assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
Okay, so what I'm assuming the plan is if we go there, we get the Renis Alma, we put all of the spirit in there, and then we destroy the Renis Alma? Is this the... Like, is this the final battle? Get rest in the interim.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Dahnans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Dahnans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Dahnans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
God, I wish people
So you wish
in
for
the
people to
real
form
world
real bonds
would
and do away
learn
with
from
the
this.
hierarchy outright. To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more. That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Oh.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am.
Look at this boy. See how much he's grown. Both of them.
So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
Did Locke really think he was being cucked by fucking energy? Bruh.
Are you sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do.
Oh, come on, not this.
Like Hevrecht 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we've...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Dahnans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got.
Alright, we're in it for the long haul.
But if it
We're
comes down
beating
to
the
it,
game.
I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Man.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
I was fucking complaining last night
Both Dana and Rena.
Right.
about this game making me cry like a little bitch at 2 in the morning.
That's a promise.
It's fucking 3:16.
We've got one last wall to tear
And I got more to go.
Repairs on your starship
And I
are
probably
complete.
will again.
Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrect 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive?
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
Oh, fuck.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy.
Oh.
Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
All right. Here we go.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means.
What?
Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
I thought we were gonna warp. We're just kind of flying.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
Oh.
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
Yeah, shit sucks.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
Yes.
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there.
Hey, look,
Let's take a look.
A warp panel. Don't tell me this is an entire fucking realm.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate, ever.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
We die.
What do
Next
you mean,
question.
what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something.
Oh, fuck.
So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renis Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renans, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Okay, so I looked it up. This is another couple hours. Sorry, I can't do it. So yeah, we'll just have to finish tomorrow. So, I want to thank you for coming out to this 7.5 hour stream.